Try that again with my mic unmuted. Hello, everyone. Hopefully, we'll be going to the final set of endings today. By the looks of it, we've done all the major puzzles and stuff, so it's just a matter of unlocking the right routes and seeing what happens. I generally thought we were going to finish it last time, but that went to some insane places. So there's still more. That clip that I just played was the new thing that's just appeared. I'm assuming it's a bit of a teaser for what might be coming up. So let's jump back in. So I don't think where we are matters here. Here we go. So this is where we went before. We did the safe. It's a safe ending. So over here with the submarine ending, it looks like we've done there. Looks like we're done with this route. I don't know what this is, but it doesn't seem to be clear where to go. There is, on the other hand, this route here. On the left-hand side. So I think we're going to try that. I think I'm just going to come straight. Yeah. Can we do? Oh God. Don't know which one. Pitch dog plate on a shelf. Match. Oh well, we're doing match apparently. Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding.
Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now?
Yes, I'm fine.
Jun certainly looked fine.
Let me see your forehead.
Junpei held his hand out on her forehead for a few seconds.
Guess it really has gone down.
Gonna get the last normal ending before the final ending. I don't know.
Are you worried about me?
This is. I was just following the blocks.
Hey, come on. It's not like.
Junpei did his best to act as though he didn't care. If you know better ways to go before we get the final ending, I would. I'll be happy for some advice on that, so we don't stumble to the final ending before we've done the others.
At all, Jumpy.
That leads to the true ending. Okay, let's back away from that then. Let's.
By the way, how did you?
What do you mean?
There was a man with a gas. You inhaled some when you woke up.
Damn.
But is
So
that
this
what?
is just talking
No.
about.
Well, if you think.
Yep, skippity skip.
Yeah, I see.
Anyway, just like you, when I woke up.
Well,
Talking about hiding. No. Okay. Right, so it's blocked off other ways. I see. So I'm guessing there needs some. So which one should I be aiming for then? This one here or this one here? Don't use the locks and go the path that goes to the safe ending. Alright. In that case, let's. If I come back here, maybe if I come here, it will force it back down this route. Yeah, which it has. Don't use the locks and just go to the path that goes to the safe ending. Don't want to be going down this center path then. Back to here? So are we going to have a different option here? no one behind. Is it guide a clock, do we think? So we've got door 5, which is this one. Door 7. This one. Door... Don't go the path with the red keys. Go to the path with the red keys. Don't go down the path of the red key. So we don't want to be going here to this one. Bro. Found a flowchart. Got door 5 done. 7. Door 2. Sub ending. Max ending. Knife ending. Sick. Is this just going to leave the same here then? So this is where they're trying to find Clover. This is where we finished last time. So is there a decision here that changes what we need to do? God, Clover's dead again. I don't remember decision during all this.
Follow me.
Okay. This is to do with the safe. It's classic weapons casino. Operating room. Oh, here we go. So this
Sinister was a term used. The left hand.
this is just something.
The left
Yeah,
hand.
so this is
What
what I
does the
mean.
left
This is
hand
the
mean?
same safe ending that we've done. There's this one here. Is it because I've done some earlier on? Not that route. We want this ending. So is it coming this way and then going there? Not sure, sorry. Right, okay. So we've gone a slightly different route. Sorry about that. Right, so yeah, let's see what happens this time then. Once they're there, they head back towards the main hall and the central staircase. So we'll skip through to some new pairs. So Clover's gone again. Jimmy ran into the central hostel.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover.
There's no sign of her. Let's go.
Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. And at last, they reached the stairs and Junpei spoke.
All right, I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck.
That's not a good idea, splitting up.
June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good. But,
What?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh? Sure, right. I'll do that.
There's a reason Junpei persisted calling her June even when they were alone, although perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he used when they were children. Annie. Oh, here we go. We're getting some info lore. "9 years ago, it came naturally after all, they were children. Now they're adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt too odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurosaki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurosaki would seem a little too... would. And although he couldn't put his finger on why, he felt somewhat forward to call her Kane. In short, it was simply easy for him to call her June, and leave it at that.
Jumpy.
No, it's nothing.
All right, I'm going then.
Yeah, be careful, Kane.
June, or perhaps more appropriately Kane, blushed and
You
smiled.
be careful too, Jumpy.
Yeah, got it.
Oh god, we'll get killed now, aren't we? Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off the hallway. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. Here we go. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, her skin was smooth and pale as always. Ah, man. Is this Ace? This is if you don't catch him out, he just comes and wrecks everyone. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, and his thoughts replaced with endless hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk towards Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse. A rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind told him that it meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Congratulations! Investigator of the Year! Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left-hand side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then. Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone. Yeah, it's Ace.
Lastly, let's discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. Use
Pro detective. Yep, she's dead.
2. Your heart rate, which is 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the parasitic wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining the bracelet number 8. Who was it? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when... Oh! Wrecked. He heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through the wet meat. Oh, what a description. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain, there was heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. So, like, the other route on this, he's like Sherlock Holmes. This one's like, yep, he's dead. Yep, he's been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With that little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely... Here we go, it's the tune. You could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. Paralysis that claimed his body had reached his mind. The killer glanced down at his body. Let's see who it was. Without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. I'm assuming Ace. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon it was swallowed up, the last that remained of Junpei's mind. His consciousness left him. There was nothing more. To utter emptiness he fell, into zero. Had to get it. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. Bad end. Ah. Yeah, definitely, because Ace got away. That's not what we want. Oh, it's so bad you don't even get credits. Don't Even get credits. Okay, so this is where I'm a little confused because the routes only show one more way, which you said is the ending we want to be doing last. That's the last ending before the true one. Ah, right, I see. So now we want to go down to that final route by unlocking the stuff as I was about to do. So we want to follow these routes and sort out whatever this is. Okay. So let's go to the top. Second class cabin. Map of the ship, the match, plate on a shelf, picture of a dog. Well, I got the picture of the dog wrong. Did say it was a dog. Don't remember anything about plate on a shelf. Got a little flowchart here, so we can... Second class cabin, after getting the title, take the bookmark. Oh, plate. The plate equals the bookmark.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, the bookmark. He don't like no bookmark. So we don't want to take it then.
Thanks, but it's kind of weird to be getting present.
Well, I won't force it. Sure you don't?
I'll take the bookmark.
Actually,
Jeez, just make up your mind, alright? Here.
okay.
Oh, man, I feel a lot better
Take it.
now. That thing was a real pain, you know?
Do you really hate those 4 words?
Why does he hate it?
'Cause it's a half-assed...
It's just...
You mean like the
Nah, that's not what I mean. I mean, yeah.
You? A stockbroker?
Yeah, got a problem with that?
No, you don't look like the type.
Man, that stuff's just like gambling, you know? All you gotta do is bet on the winning horse. Nothing that hard about it.
You sure sound pretty confident. So, are you betting on winning horses?
Of course I am. You remember a couple years back when the stock for Cradle Pharmaceuticals shot through the roof? Stacked a few bills over that, if I do say so myself.
Uh-huh.
Hey, how long are you gonna stand around wasting time? Stop screwing around.
So he's earned money.
The lady has spoken.
Is he? I've got a feeling he's zero. As I said before, I either think it's him or June. And if he's
Gotta
earned
get
loads
back
of
to
money,
work before we
maybe
reel.
that's
I don't want her
why.
beating me up.
Hey, wait!
He's got the issue with
we weren't
his
done.
sister who died.
Okay, I'll get back to work. Damn it.
Oh, yeah, we've got a little key now. So is that unlocked as well? So this is the kitchen, which I think we've done, which is... I wonder why it doesn't turn into liquid first. Because... Oh, that's ice 9, isn't it? Let's go here. Operating room. So, chemical deposit. Talk about ice 9. You don't have to go to every key. Oh, is it just making sure the route's done? So if I, say, jump to here...
There too, huh?
Ah, so I've done something wrong here, which is talk about ice 9 to this.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably...
To
After that day,
well, that's talking about the connection between every
Like the molecules
thing.
were communicating with one another, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right?
yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story
When?
in the freezer.
What?
Yeah, June told me.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Oh, 7
Do
and his
you?
big brain. He knows all the answers. He just doesn't know he knows all the answers. Do you know about Ice 9?
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice. That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
What?
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on. The woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Huh?
Oh, the mummy.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right?
How do people just know this?
It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
I know the Titanic's big, but I
No,
don't know
that was the
much
ship
about
that
it.
picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett. The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood, no nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made. Inside, they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible. There was one
grim.
body that didn't thaw, and that was...
The girl in the coffin!
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually, but weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month passed, and another. And it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over.
Yeah. Nice, but
After a while, people started to call her All Ice.
wait. Oh, it's not here anymore. There was that folder. That was all ice. It was
Alice.
Egyptian hieroglyphics, wasn't it?
Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day
Just
Alice was
walked off.
there, the next day she wasn't.
I'm going now. Bye-bye.
They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Did a Google. There's some truth in it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Oh, carnage. Creating an absolute carnage. Sorry, I'm just trying to...
Now, why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
Because you know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
All right, tell me. What happened to Alice?
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was
Someone.
Lord Dashiell Gordain. You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Gordain.
Guy who bought the boat.
Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic. And he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where.
Oh man, are we gonna find her?
He died in 1931.
She the one killed everyone in the
And apparently
sub.
he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
What?
well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic.
It's the Forest of Knowledge.
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Yeah, I don't think
Your
that rings
guess
a
is as
bell.
good as mine. So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
Alice.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy.
Yeah.
They say that she was frozen.
Hey, Profaxel, hope you're okay?
The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9? No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
I thought we already established it does. All ice moment, yeah. Sweet. If I do that, does that?
Here too, huh?
Oh no, we still got another one. Got more before the door.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh? Oh, god damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
I was just frozen in ice 9 the past couple of days. I like just the last year. Just 2020, just ice it off. Okay, what do you want to do? So from that thing, I've got to give her the 4-leaf, don't I?
Oh yeah, it's in my pocket somewhere. Here it is. A 4-leaf clover. Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Yeah, don't go on a murdering spree because your brother's still alive. And he goes ham. He goes hammer than you.
Snake, I mean, your brother.
The
he's not
ultimate
dead.
Chad.
He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
Clover gets a bookmark and decides axe murder is bad, yeah.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the 4-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but You are making less.
And he's just gonna
sense
undo
right
it.
now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Oh, we're gonna
Cross
get
my
more
heart.
lore.
Really?
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 I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Ah,
Yeah, this ship.
he was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields that you can't see?
He heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Think about this.
This is the rat experiment, isn't it? She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin, whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Huh?
All Junpei could think of, she's finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus?
Junpei grew even more confused. John is a Chad. John is the best. Best 999 character, confirm.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
You're like 12! Don't you start lecturing me.
No?
Junpei shook his head.
Really?
Clover laughed.
Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
What? No! She's 20.
Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth and close up the hole.
I mean, I wouldn't.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough.
I mean, who patches socks? Junpei crossed his arms.
So, that's the Locke socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else?
Well, I'd assume it would be a really damaged ship.
Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
Why does she have to be so creepy about everything?
Uh,
A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like Locke's socks and the ship of Theseus. Part of the body that hold a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or any number of internal organs. And here they had both.
John's head and heart are both his, but apart from those and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
Why couldn't you have told me that before? It would be so much easier to solve that puzzle.
We're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it.
Cell
The
division.
cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born.
Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected, through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
Silence was broken by 7.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
Don't you start getting pissy at this. We had exactly this a long conversation in the room. He was not
How
happy.
long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
We don't, because last time I drowned. Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Yeah, like, we've talked about this thing, the whole, like, are you still you? Which I'm not really sure how it's connected. But we've not even learned about the ship. I thought we were going to get about the experiment. 7 seemed to catch on.
What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just playing with the mannequins.
Yes.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the exit. 7 stared at her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh?
Don't be creepy.
Didn't know you were into that kind of thing.
Ah,
Junpei.
there we go.
You're a dick.
The ultimate response. Clover 1819 in VLR. Okay. I don't know how long this is after. Oh, is she in VLR? The short laugh 7 followed. I guess so, because they're connected, aren't they? They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
All right, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, all right?
Fine then.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. And we're out. Okay, we've got more keys there. Let's carry on. Let's jump to here and see if I've done that key.
Oh,
It's far too narrow to be called one.
No, we haven't. So the chart room. Pocket watch. Got with the pocket watch. Voice he hadn't expected to start Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch.
Pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
He spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him
Hey,
the pocket
man.
watch.
Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a
Oh, this is
problem?
where I told him to bugger off, wasn't it? Oh no, this is where I didn't. So I want to tell him there's
yeah,
a problem.
there is.
Ace's eyebrows went up.
You checked on us. Now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, all right?
That's the attitude you need. Literally just stabbed me in the back. Side.
That's a lie. We didn't have to split up the work. I just want to talk to Clover alone. That's why I sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There's something I want to ask her, and I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around. That's why when Ace showed up again, I got a little desperate. I had to make him leave.
Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
He looked Junpei over. He glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck.
It's always so creepy when it comes to Clover. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pot on the shoulder and left. Talk to me, Clover. Give me some lore. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. He heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
He was clearly suspicious and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Junpei's eyes widened, held up his hands in a gesture of innocence.
Oh, no, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments. When she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay?
You're not in a stabby mood.
Uh,
I'm fine with that.
You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise.
God.
So...
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips when she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically, it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2. 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3. 2 bracelet numbers added to 3. So it has to be 7 and Lotus. Remember? But I know it's Ace. Don't know if we can implement Ace with these. So that makes I'll make a 3, haven't we? Okay. Oh, I broke it. I broke it. I broke it. I mean, mathematically, it has to be that.
Would it be 7 and Lotus? The digital root for Snake, 7, and Lotus is 8. Nope, they couldn't open door 3. Then which
did
2
bad math.
people could? Would it be Ace and... The
Nope.
digital root, that's definitely not 3. Then which 2 could?
I'm actually gonna have to work this out now. 2. 7 is 10. Santa. 7 and Santa. Sorry guys, I don't want you to get axe murdered, but...
Would it be Santa and 7? The digital root for Snake, Santa, and 7 is 3. Wait, hold on. Are Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it.
I thought about it. Yeah.
He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
Didn't have an answer. I do! We all do.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why not?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Clover put a hand out expecting.
Yeah, here.
Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook. Wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided the digital root of 3. Plus 3, 6. 5. Right, lots of...
What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
Oh, I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah.
So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
Of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A and E.
A is 1, 3, and 6. The other one is 1, 3, 7, and 8.
Wait, it can't be A.
Why?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Oh
Are
no.
you sure?
I don't know.
I bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah.
Well, what have we got left?
E.
1, 3, 7, and 8.
Do you know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and Seven are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Voice was calm, but Junpei only had to look her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming in the corner of her eyes. She was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by admitting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she's been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Oh, I see. Anyway, I understand now. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and Seven.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
There was a moment of
Their
silence.
motive.
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. It was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke.
Have I interrupted something?
He did.
What is it?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
No, don't do it. Don't do it. He turned on his heel and walked back towards the wheelhouse.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod and hoped she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
Ace looked at Junpei and smiled, perhaps more of a smirk than a smile.
There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah? What's...
If you'll excuse me.
No warning, Ace slipped his hand. Oh, this is...
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
I'm just checking.
This is the papers,
No,
isn't it?
stop!
He reached for Ace's arm. But it was already too late. The older man's hand, with the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket.
Just as I thought. What exactly are these pieces of paper hiding in your pocket? You switched them, didn't you, when we... Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Then, why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense.
Damn.
Got another unlock. Oh, we got another one here. Captain's quarters. Once again, jumped. See if done. Nope. Captain's Court. Hey, what you got for me? Red file and the monitor. Oh, you go. The red file about Alice.
It looks like there's something on the cover. All ice. Alice.
Oh, because I now know about this.
Does this mean...
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. Hieroglyphics. Key
So it
card.
would seem.
Bottom deck, library.
Ooh.
Oh.
Made the same noise. Junpei remembered something he heard from Seven when they had been in the chemical closet.
Seven said something like...
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic.
Could beneath the navel mean the bottom deck, and the Forest of Knowledge is the library? Then could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong?
I've been to a library.
Something on your mind?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him. Curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Is that so? What about?
Well,
Days.
don't laugh, okay?
No anymore. Friday. There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. He stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace, don't tell Ace everything, June.
The Egyptian priestess, an Ice 9.
Is this like a whole
Interesting.
thing to revive the priestess or something?
And
Completely
the woman
insane.
who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster? They called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice, and she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice.
And you think that he hid her in a small room, beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei. His brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
Cass.
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh,
Cryogenically
water
frozen.
within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel?
Ace.
Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of
Please don't say
suspended
we're not going to
animation,
space now.
cryogenic freezing? It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an
Are
eyebrow.
you saying that Alice was frozen using that Cass thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and casts were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature...
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had,
Why would she
then we
just
would
come
have
and
an
murder us?
explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by whom? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so?
Junpei thought for a second.
Nobody. After Santa and Lotus used the Earth key, they turned back and met up with me and June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those 3 to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast.
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It's Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
All ice. Alice. Is she really somewhere on the ship?
Oh, man. The key card in
Maybe
his hand.
this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge and the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Anyway,
Forgot about that key card.
whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I'll come back to this later.
He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. Oh boy. Now what's on the monitor?
Huh.
Realize it changes this much, it's not just like picking the right option. Junpei snorted with grim humour for the second time since he come into the room. 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each, spelling out
Z-E-R-O, huh?
skip. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. So
Well,
that's all about codes
even
now.
if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell Zero on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a 0 on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is Zero right here. This dead body is Zero. Isn't that kind of fishy?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder.
You gonna read the rest of the word?
I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on it. Walking around with a Zero bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!" Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything Zero is supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put the bracelet on him anyway.
6, wasn't it?
Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers, this isn't Zero. Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
It was Childish Gambino.
Why would I?
Try an abed in the morning. Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought.
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
Huh?
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets?
Clover didn't move.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a
fine.
really fucked up
Guess I'll do
version
it.
of Community. Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
Grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. Took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did,
Huh?
something fell on the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the...
The bracelet with the 0 on the face.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from this ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or the backside of the wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Oh, God.
Junpei stared at the bracelet.
This man... He's dead, isn't he?
No!
Huh?
No, it's just... I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though. You know? I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kinda has it better, you know?
Her brother, she thinks her brother's
Dying from a bomb going off inside of you? I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones
Stop
went
it,
right
you're gonna
through his
send her off the
skin.
edge.
I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. And,
Suddenly Junpei realised what he was saying. Thank you. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
Oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Clover took a quick, deep
Are
breath.
you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me!
Ooh, boy. She shoved her face closer to his. She could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
No sooner than the words left his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
Clover? What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
Suddenly, she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do. It
Thank you.
was close to the last thing he had expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy.
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his. It isn't my brother.
Huh?
It's not Snake.
Why on earth would you think that?
because his left arm is...
She stopped
I'm
herself.
sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. It meant that his body in the shower room wasn't Snake. That's a good point. Who was it then? Not much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight of
But-
Junpei's heart.
He's still alive. I'm so happy.
It's a really good point. Like, we're getting closer to the end, definitely. We still haven't got to go. Yeah, we've got the Guy X. We've got no law on Mr. 9 guy. We got the murderer. Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad.
Huh?
Junpei, you were right.
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Deep, yo. Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
That's...
It was the laminated bookmark with the 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this.
Bookmarks to the rescue.
I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Yeah.
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. I mean, she was literally going to murder you. So, you've done a pretty good job.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. She scratched his nose. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Oh,
She could finally keep a place in the book. How to not axe murder. Yeah, that's it. She was reading through the book, lost her space, and went, you know what? I'm just going to do it. Junpei then suddenly... Clover broke away from Junpei.
Huh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace around the room. Where's Ace during all this? 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, 6 to the left. Crisscross. And then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news, I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover.
What is this bookmark so important about?
The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me.
You as well?
Uh-huh.
But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group.
What?
So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Junpei held up his hands, took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Info.
All right, let's start with this experiment.
Ace is in. Is Ace in the room? Is Ace near? Like, if she starts talking about this, he's just gonna wreck us all.
What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about
It's literally an axe on the
morphogenetic
floor.
fields?
Morphogenetic fields.
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The Nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the Nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the Nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Santa's sister.
Huh.
It must be. Junpei felt itchy. And if Santa's rich, has he done this just to get back at everyone? But why is the other people involved? Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother.
I like Santa. This ain't cool. Please let me be wrong.
I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
Sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. What a cock blocker.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Again.
Ace!
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor. The corpse covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something?
Don't do it.
I'm having a little trouble, and I could really use your assistance. Come on. It'll only take a moment.
With that, he turned and walked back towards the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight and spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Clover ignored him. The outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei? What are you doing in there? Hurry up!
Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off towards the communications office. Oh man, we're getting loads of lore now. So this is now unlocked, yeah? So if I come here, we're not gonna get axe murdered. Sweet. They stepped out of the captain's quarters. They stepped out the captain's quarters and into another hallway. Skipperoo. Find the map. So this is where Clover disappears, and he's seen. Right.
This is...
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
Oh, and that's the number thing on your watch.
What the hell? Let me see it.
No, not right.
Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. The other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Junpei, Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
He's getting mad.
Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, all right? Come on, we gotta hurry.
That was a big note. Junpei could protest she was gone. Does she have an axe on her back? Around the corner and off down the long stem of the... note. A note. Junpei was curious. But there was something else that bothered him.
From the look of that pocket, it doesn't particularly look like just a note.
Yeah, I said that.
Jeez, what are you thinking? For crying out loud.
Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Okay, so she doesn't have an axe this time. That's a good start. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room, with a large set of stairs.
Big stairs. Huh. So this is where it ends up, just like it says on the map.
It's just what you'd expected to see after reading the map. His IC after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing.
Ace, did he head down?
Put his hands on the handrail and leaned over to look down.
Oh, there he is.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
Everyone's alive. It's not just Ace, Santa, June, and 7. Lotus as well.
Really?
Let's join them.
Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy! Clover!
June's face was excited. Something had happened, that much that Junpei could tell by simply looking at
What's
her.
up?
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, could not contain herself.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door! We found door 9!
What?
Come on! Just follow us! We'll explain on the way!
Okay.
Why did none of them say we found multiple door 9s? 7 turned and jogged off down the stairs.
Well, if that's the case.
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
Rest followed.
Jumpy! We finally made it!
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
Yeah, it's finally time.
Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they've really done it. Or at least just not yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was.
We've reached the end.
He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins. He could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
Something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door. 7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind.
Surely Ace just goes, look, I've got this
2
bracelet.
people. Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30. We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
So what about the library?
Yeah.
Junpei followed. As a group, they piled into the elevator and rode impatiently down to E deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the 2 elevators. 7 grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got into the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, we headed down another hallway. It took us toward the bow and eventually to the number 6 that you 2 found earlier. We opened it and kept going. There was another locked door behind it, like usual, but this time we had to complete 2 different areas before we could unlock it. Once we were through that door, there was another hallway that went the other direction, toward the stern.
So, on your way, you found the elevator.
That's right.
So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
That settled, Junpei looked
So,
around.
where's the number 9 door?
Over here. Follow me.
7 began walking down the hallway that led towards the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him.
By the way,
He had been walking for a while, June in silent step with Junpei when she spoke.
you know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
That all 7 of us are going to door 9.
What?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital route?
9. It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said we can't leave June and the others behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
What good
That's
lads.
right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you.
Junpei felt his eyebrows knit and considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that Seven and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Is that so?
Junpei was about to respond when Seven suddenly stopped.
We're here.
In front of them stood a door.
So, is this...
Yeah.
Junpei couldn't see Seven's face, but you could see him nod.
There's no other place for us to go.
Nope. Just look around. There's a big old iron wall at the end of the hallway. The other hallways on the left and right are blocked by metal grates.
I see.
Looked as though Seven was right. The door in front of them was their only choice.
All right, let's get moving.
Pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed. What? It appeared they'd been telling the truth.
No way.
First thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it.
The 9 door.
Large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic. It made the red paint look especially garish.
We're finally here.
Like, one thing I have noticed is, as soon as it's sort of thrown on red paint, they obviously put the door handles on afterwards. Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Display read vacant.
No doubt about it. This is door 9.
Yeah, because the door handles would be like red if it was after.
Oh, finally! This is the last!
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back, and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
Junpei, look behind you.
He turned around.
Behind?
Zero must have wanted to keep him shiny. Yeah.
What?
A lot of care gone into the doors. Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
Why? A door and a 9. There's another one? Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. With shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door, set parallel to... Wait. Which door did they go through with the gun? Yeah, they've got access to the gun. We need to remember that. They come through, but in the corner of the room. There was no mistaking the number. If any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door.
There's a red there too! That means... And of course it won't open.
What do you expect? He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but he had to make sure it was real.
But why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle.
Oh, mad hacker skills.
Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room.
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Bar the coffin with
Well,
a number pad on it.
That
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Junpei began to mutter to himself.
So if there are 2 number 9 doors, if we split it up right?
That's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked at Clover. He held out a hand.
You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
Yeah, here.
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as her hand wrote down a series of numbers.
You get it? The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So...
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind. Right?
yeah.
Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
No way.
Speak up, Ace. Oh, you arsehole. The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were
Come
blank.
to think of it,
Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to a room around
what
him.
is this room?
Walls were covered with candles. Wavering flame made the shadows Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind?
Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. Carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door pointing at the stern of the boat. The other end of the carpet
Is that an altar?
was recessed space in the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on the raised section of the altar was a coffin. Wrong type of coffin, sorry.
No, it couldn't possibly be.
But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. Moment. Why isn't he banging like last time? There was an edge of humour in his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer. But I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
What are you talking about?
Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong. She just... screw it. Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Ace, just...
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lois was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
No, I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either.
I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Why is he being all of us? And finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that somewhere between a decisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water in the corner of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Till then, Junpei had realised that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Are you... agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Santa shook his head.
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Huh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you?
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
What?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun, and... He's got the gun! Knew someone would have that gun.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile.
Huh? What?
Shudder travelled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
Why? What the hell is that?
Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke almost as though he'd sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it!
A of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lips twipped into a slightly wider smile. This is where I find out if he is Zero or not. His smile faded and began to move. He walked backwards, dragging June with him. For long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly, and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations! I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands in the red.
Maybe not. If you wanted revenge, you wouldn't go take them. 3 + 6 + 1 = 18. That was what Sandhead meant when he said he needed 2 more.
You deaf? I gave you an order.
What are we in? 7 + 5 is 12. +2 is 14, which makes that 5. Still not enough for a 9. Santa's eyes narrowed into slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed frozen like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right. Fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched. Oh shit! A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
He really shot it? But why? Santa, why are you...
Loba's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
Oh no, wait, Clover would be left behind, plus Snake will all be
You
good.
knew about the leaf words and the 4-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched almost impeccably.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up! Just shut up! You stupid bitch! You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
Alright, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes wild, her chest heaved with quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What are they going to do? Junpei. And he realized something. There's nothing they needed to do. There's nothing to debate.
That's it.
June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa has commanded meant she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot and she would leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do.
It's the only way.
He turned to Ace and Lotus.
Please, go.
Huh?
No way.
Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know. But you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, you can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over! Don't worry about me, please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. He gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders.
Please.
Pushed them towards the door. They almost stumbled, righted themselves and took another step, and another. He turned around and Junpei nodded.
Go.
Oh, all right.
Fine.
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly towards the door where Santa was waiting for them. Oh wait, they've got the 6 from the Zero bracelet as well, don't they? Might be alright. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smirked.
Alright, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved the revolver against June's head and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand over the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. 4th asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. Soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. Door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. A low, powerful rumble. Drum rolled to welcome the chosen few.
Good. Go.
Lotus and Ace walked through the door and their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well.
Later.
Exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand, traced it with a finger of flake blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. Engaged. It read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. Red vacant. God. Digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 is 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. There's no possible way for them to go open the door with a 9 on it. Fine snake. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June, about Akane Kurashaki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, that was what Junpei prayed for. Seven came up next to him. Pulled himself up. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
Seven opened his mouth to respond when... There it is. A noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and Seven looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet.
Snake coming in clutch. Yeah, man. Ba-ba-da-ba. Clover motioned to Seven to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. Three of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from? Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Junpei and Seven grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find and pulled it with all their strength.
Damn it!
Man, it won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Purpose would have not been difficult to determine. The eyes were almost immediately drawn
Not
to
another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
No!
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Fortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
Ugh, there's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
Sound still wouldn't stop. Wasn't there noise that belonged in that room?
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something.
Please don't say I have to remember the passcode. Ooh. Suddenly there was a voice inside Junpei's head. Truth had gone, truth had gone, had gone. Now, truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Wait, what? What the hell was that? That voice?
Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
Huh?
Oh no, I've just had telepathic powers.
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them.
Huh?
If he told them he'd heard a voice, they'd laugh or worse think he was going insane. So all he said was,
Nothing.
cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There was a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Press the buttons. Oh, I can't remember which way it was. Right, left. Where's the vision? Where's the vision? Oh, wait. Truth had gone, so right first. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Okay. That was it. There's 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 8 numbers blinked on, then off on the bracelet display. Be checked one last time. 8.
14383421.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh, are those?
Huh.
Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. Knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so he won't forget.
14383421. 14383421.
Trembling fingers, he punched them in. 438. 4. That was all of them. Does that mean anything? That thing? Punch the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Ba-ba-da-ba. The sound of a coughing lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it.
No way!
What?
Why are you...
Oh? Is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
He's here.
Snake!
You? Why?
Funny if the Panaco was 8 like that. Yeah.
Junpei? And 7? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
You gotta do, you gotta type it in a calculator and turn it upside down. Just like Rip Van Winkle. What? Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut the heart of the matter and ask.
Jeez.
Junpei and 7 shared a weary smile. Clover's eyes filled with tears.
You're back!
The cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms.
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back!
Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red, her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she was about to begin hyperventilating.
You're back! You're really here!
Her voice was happy, but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
You're back!
Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though! You did! I really thought you were dead!
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!
Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time, and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted. It felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and 7 sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm before explaining to Snake what had transpired.
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now.
Oh
Thank
boy.
you.
We on the final stretch now. Sweet.
In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct?
He'd quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours.
Yeah. You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room. Do I have it straight?
Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise.
Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you.
Don't worry about it.
Well then. I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X.
Mr. X.
Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes. But you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you? Do you remember?
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Then that means it was...
0.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Junpei crossed his arms and thought.
Why? Why did 0 make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit 0? I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Where did those words come from?
Telepathy!
Why did I feel compelled to
Morphogenic
push
field.
the buttons on the bracelet
Morphogenic.
after hearing them?
It's gotta be. Seven asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He had no answer for him then. He still didn't.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues and theories, and more mysteries he could barely think.
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago, and a girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The 2 murders. Switching clothes. The Nonary game.
Whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. Maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. As he struggled through them, Junpei began to realise something. There was something that tied all of them together. The point of collecting the dots.
0. He's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. 0 should know everything. If we can uncover 0's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
Who was 0? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
5 plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
As they sniped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on
Come
it.
on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
7 stomped off towards the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. Seven quickly laid his hand on the red, and an asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. Seven glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
All right, you guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Junpei paused
Not
for a
yet.
moment.
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
Junpei looked directly into Seven's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded.
Fine.
Pulled down on the lever, and door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8, 9. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So, we knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
She reached into one of the pockets of her voluptuous jacket and produced the bracelets. Junpei took it from her and turned to 7.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap. Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet.
5 plus 4 plus 0 equals
Well,
9.
the big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever.
Didn't work. So it's a 6, you're empty. Red display, red error.
I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a 3rd asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out.
Junpei. Scan the bracelet with the combination. So we want to make a 6, don't we? Snake 2, Junpei's 5, 7, Cat makes that 14. That's no good. Snake and Clover is that 6 plus Cap is 3. It's no good. Snake, Junpei, 2, 7, 14. Is that 16? Makes that 7. 2, 6, 13, 15, 16. Nope. Wait, I'm just being absolutely stupid, aren't I? 7 plus Junpei is that? 7 plus Junpei. 13. 18. 18. 7 and Clover, yes.
Let's try 7, Clover, and Cap.
7 and Clover. 7 plus 4 equals 11. This one equals 2.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 7.
Oh. Best mathematician ever, I am.
Nope.
Didn't
It ain't 7 then.
How about...
Should be proceeded to... that one.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap.
7 plus 5 equals 12. 2 equals 3.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
Bazinga! Why is the 6
it
so
opened.
important?
Had the door opened.
What? Why?
June's 0.
What does that mean?
June is 0. I don't know, I didn't think of this earlier. And I think I might be right. I think Santa might be in it and that whole thing was staged. Because they knew where Snake was, maybe? Door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an
Isn't
eyebrow.
it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
7 plus 5 plus 6 is 18. And 1 plus 8 equals 9.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh.
Hexadecimal.
Whoa, wait
Maybe.
a minute. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Well, Junpei could answer. Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess. I think June's number was never 6 to begin with.
What?
Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is...
9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in
Here,
it.
look.
Junpei leaned over to look at
List
it.
of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake?
Door 1 was a 4. 6 plus 3 plus 5 plus 8. 22. 6 plus 17.
And that's everything.
Yeah. 6, 9.
I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
Santa's in all of them.
What do you mean?
Ah! Called it!
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number, 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure.
Santa took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
This is 0. He read out the changes he'd made. When he'd finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
Ah!
No way.
So is June involved? I don't know. But there's also the number 9 man.
Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the Nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not.
With June.
But I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0, if my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei. What about the 9th man, though? Junpei remained silent and
Snake's
thought.
hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. June's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case...
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
Line opened and they leapt through.
Oh, it's right there.
Dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. The detonator stopped.
Oh.
After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the hallway in front of them.
Alright, let's keep going.
With that, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Less than. Just gonna nip and talk. And I'm back. Whoa. Oh boy. The end was a set of stairs leading down to the ship.
I think these stairs go to the bottom deck.
They leaned out and looked over at the side.
Looks dry.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. I'm live on it. Yeah, cool. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, and at the end of which they found another door.
Hey, it's a...
Of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like a sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs, called a trident. The snake traced the shape of it with his fingers.
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Neptune key. I only have the Uranus key card.
Clearly, it wasn't going to open the door.
It's a different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they came.
Hey, another door.
A little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
The symbol was engraved into the card
It's
reader.
the Uranus symbol.
This is the place.
He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. He beat once and the light on it turned green. Oh, the library! With a heavy metal groan. Metal! The door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, and Snake and Seven all looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. Well, did Snake really look? The room they found him was full of books.
Wow! It's totally full of books!
There's so many. I don't know where to look.
It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, more like the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. Felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority.
All right, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge. As he began his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Seek a way out. Library. Alright. Handrail made of metal. Thanks for that. It's a coat rack, like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's not too big. Maybe just hats. Got a bit of paper. There's a note on that table. Light to the books. What does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader goes on to the next. They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Okay. We take the bit of paper? Lights of the books. Assuming something with lights. Wow. Oh god, there's so many books. Energy theory. I don't even understand the damn title. It's like this shelf's all science and technology. Right. Theory. Lots of fancy technology and stuff. Get along well. I keep on talking about the stuff and you're going to put me to sleep. Down here? I can go down there. Okay. Let's click around here a little bit. Functions of the human brain. Guess it's a book about the nervous system. I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. Kinda curious about it too. There's gotta be a reason why people can connect with each other, you know? Picture book. Looks like it's a little league. Seem a little weird that it's so different from the others, huh? Maybe you ought to take it with you. Got a book. Human equilibrium theory. Autonomy. Generation of internal organs. Books on dissection. Medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organised by Charmer. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organised it is. 10 book is a perfect book for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density and Bone Strength. You're just saying that because it says muscle. Principles of Monkey Behaviour. I'd imagine the book describing praxeology such as monkeys. Monkeys are similar to humans evolutionary. Imagine the search was fruitful. Right. The overview of photochemistry. I think whoever set this up wanted to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it. It's like there's a whole space behind these books. Junpei, I think there's something hidden behind the books. Ooh, light bulb. What's that one called? Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Automatic robotic assembly line techniques. Some sort of comic book. Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book talks about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. Communication and computer science. That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague, I don't really know what it might be about. Click up here. We've got Bind Swap. I mean, you could change bodies with somebody? Brother or Junpei too much. I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me. What the hell? I could even swap bodies with a little brat like... Hey, were you imagining it? You were. Shut up. Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Temportation and telepathy. Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of templetum. Refers to having the ability to travel through time. Oh. Golden rabbit with a moon on it. Does it mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? Talking about Judas tree, it's said to grow on the moon according to Chinese legend. Kitab al-Azif. Man, I've got some weird stuff in here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name, it's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul Azaraid. It being said, one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, Necromonicon. Oh god, it's not going to get that weird, is it? Done that. Have we clicked around here? Transition of extinct species. Genealogy. The Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go off somewhere near Cambria? Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what's appeared as the Cambrian period, research suggests a variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. What happened is, however, is something of a mystery. There is a number of theories. This book is mostly a collection of them. Theory of evolution. Darwin. Darwin guy, right? Charles Darwin once wrote a book on the origin of species. On it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. It's called natural selection. Exactly. Paleontology, about fossils. Mother Nature. Sort of book about hippie chicks. Probably not, except perhaps Tangelity is more like environmental protection. Just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really? What's we got? Mind swap. We've done all that. G. Space. Cosmic inflation. Gravity. Summit. These titles, they're all just gibberish. What if we like switch them around? Move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Oh, I get it. It's worth a shot. Ooh. Oh, open! I was like, oh wow. I wish I could say I planned that. Piece of cake. Did it, Junpei? We've got a bulb. Open here, find bulb. Funny. Okay. It's that one. Black hole hypothesis, gamma ray astrophysics. This bookshelf has astronomy theme. Medieval period. Kids picture books. Like another one. Hellenism. I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. Okay. Let's go downstairs, eh? Algebraic. Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those. Well, those number theories, you've split into 4 chief disciplines. A wild guess that the other 3 would be here as well. Looks like I was right. Allback's conjecture. Like magic or physics stuff. Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have been an odd title, but it's a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with unsolved problems of additive number theory. Riemann hypothesis. We're here to hypothesize about Riemann. About Riemann? Ooh, it's pretty straightforward. Heavens, no. There are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. Oh, it's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Modern Japanese. Another picture book. Agricultural and organizations in folklore. Origin of Japanese folklore. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, and oral traditions. Folklore can cover all those things if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Okay. Got a door. Pretty big, and there's 6 books. Bottom. I can't really see it though, the glass is all foggy. So it's astronomy. Number lock, okay. Sorts of languages. There's something suspicious on the shelf to the left. Shelf on the left. Shelf. Oh, does it mean that? Iron plated door. Wall, should we say? Thing in the middle. Do something on this stands. Yeah, so we need another light. We got here. Dad's kind. Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a completion of his work. Leberlin's books are in German. Complete works of something. I've never heard of it. But if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Shieldrake? Isn't... It says Shieldrake, the spine of the book. It's got a volume note on the lower part of the spine. Owen. Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about English Revolutionary. Alright. Small enclosure with 9 sides. There were 3 of these things that look like music stands. Am I supposed to put some on the stands? So books. Got the lights. If you find some kind of powerful light bulb, why don't you put them into one of the lights? If there are 3 lights, it means 3 light bulbs. So it won't be much point unless we replace all 3 bulbs. So we need 3 light bulbs. Okay. I've missed something. Just gonna click through some of these. The recreation of lost human functions. Maybe it's talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed, like telepathy. Ancient gladiators. Nope, 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 nope. Do you think we could hold hands where there aren't any handrails? I'll be fine. I can feel vibrations on the floor tell me where I am. That's not what I meant. Yes, sir. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Open to find the bulb. same one. It's the same. Nope, no. Oh, cultural heritage of Rome. Bet it's going to be serious. Oh. History of the Western world. Greek mythology. Oriental history. Medieval. Okay. No, no. Oh, Pythagorean theorem. Sounds like the number of math books in this section. Indian mathematics. That's funny. Why is that funny? Oh. No. See what we've got here. So many books. I'm not. Whoa, this one. Warm? Oh, I'm sorry. What's the deal with this sappy stuff? Folklore and myth. Someone's suspicious. Is that the suspicious on the left? Or am I, like, being really stupid? Oh, rip the true end for some reason. It's the dumbest puzzles. This one's pure spam click, but don't feel bad if you want to look it up. Alright, okay. Well, we'll give it a little longer before I go down that. This puzzle is fucking dumb. Pretty sure pages. Oh, what? Baseball. Head. Native Americans. Hey, got some combinationness going on. The head. Is that kill? SEI5. Head. Does that relate to stuff down here? Head. Head. No. 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 Oh, that is going to light up something once we've got the light bulbs, haven't we? Which of these? How about putting the picture books on the stands? Light bulb. So we need another light bulb. Is it literally I've just got to click and hope I find it? Yeah. Is it in here? How do I get in here? Rotate numbers until you find the one that opens it. How is it? Looks like they just gave the answer. I might as well give it a shot. Is it up there? So 6, 8, 2, 4, 1, 5. 6, 8, 2, 1, 4, 5. No? Oh, 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5. Oh, if I just clicked hidden, it would be obvious. Oh, this puzzle coming up. Great. 2, 4. Hey! You did it, Junpei. Yay! I got stuck on the longest time on the M part. Ah, bulb! Thank you. Yeah, if they didn't say they've already given me the hint, I would have been like, what? Change the bulbs. Shield Rake 5. Shield Rake 5.
Sheldrake 5?
Junpei read the text out loud.
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Seven and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Junpei grinned.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Because I could read the shadow before I found the ball. Oh, right, yeah. Funaripia. Oh, that's the thing where I said what that picture was.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
Yeah, the game has checks, you still have to finish it.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did? Why?
Well...
Junpei's eyes
Look,
narrowed.
man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
Tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head
Ugh.
slowly. He finally given up.
Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor.
Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. What about finishing the puzzle? Snake was silent for a moment. After they arrived, then they finally crossed his arms.
I
in smoke.
suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards.
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the Nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
I can't remember when it comes to withholding information in non-stupid ways. Yeah, like, it's really good.
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator.
Oh boy.
It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well,
Snake nodded.
what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
Snake paused and cocked his head, as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him.
Hey, Snake?
Junpei wasn't sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment.
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she?
Snake looked down, his face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body as he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
Is who did this and why, right?
yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Snake nodded
The people
slowly.
who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki,
So Hongo's ace.
Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido.
No idea.
Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division.
See, he looks like the 9th man.
Musashido was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment.
Of course, we already know the
ninth
9th man was
Hongo
part of it,
designed
so that's the
it,
9th
and
man.
Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido.
Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he heard them 4 names somewhere.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonary Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field.
Trolling a human.
Huh.
Whoa.
Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye.
Near the end, so till it's finished.
And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
Snake is just a pool of, like, just knowledge and strength.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Especially when he goes full Hulk.
Yeah.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
Snake nodded.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
Pretty messed up. Junpei thought about it for a moment.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. Close enough, at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
Snake suddenly looked very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
His face barely moved as he spoke.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in.
Imagine if someone actually, like, a lot of this stuff is what I've kind of realized is based in reality. Like, if someone tried this, that'd be nuts.
They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same.
So are we on the boat or are we on the thing?
Hongo explained the situation to the
sank.
children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much of the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak.
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
Hey, we were learning. Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put an arm out to stop him.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a Nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I.
Santa
The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. He looked as if what he was about to say brought him great
her
pain.
Her name was Akane.
What? I called it! They're in it together!
That was the girl who died.
Wait, what? What? Junpei felt he's been punched in the stomach. I'm just confused now. His vision went blurry, and his head felt light. I mean, there could be someone else, right? But I'd be very surprised.
9 years ago? Then, who is Chun? No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
No, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright?
Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear. What is going on now?
Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. What? So is Santa and Akane brother and sister, or what? What is going on? What am I doing? Wait, so during the whole time, they didn't even bother sorting this out. That one, number 5. Button! I mean, if they're laid out like that, you could have just moved all the books. Oh my. I won't find out where this goes. What was that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. Yeah, come on. I want to work out what's going on here. Here we go. What's that? Looks like an output monitor. I bet this let you type it on the keyboard will show up here. You got to type something in on that keyboard. Enter letters. 4 letters. You can erase what you typed clear. Okay, I get the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. I'm going to take a wild punt. No. Punt is Roman. What's Snake doing? Roman numerals, if you convert them to Arabic numerals, you get 13. Oh, hexadecimal again, innit? Or letters. And why don't you convert the numbers to letters? Going hexadecimal, or are we going to go non-hexadecimal? A. $13, 14, 10, 13. Oh, that's it. Cool. Let's just try. F, G, I, J, K, L, M. J, I, J. So, M, N. Yeah, it's not anything, is it? No, I didn't mean that. Come on, you remember. The one in the captain's room. Yeah, hexadecimal. So, that's A, C, D. D. Dead. Hey, buddy. I just found out the name of the girl who died and stuff, and now I'm really, really confused. Yeah, just worked it out. You did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now. Well, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Yeah, exactly. Seven just grounding everyone. This makes you think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Geez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. Now this is pod racing. I mean, come on. We got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go. Hurry up. Which door? Does it matter? Alright. No. Put in the password. What else do we have to do? It's the other door. Hey. You found it. The other door opened. And Junpei and the others leapt through it.
Alright, this is the next.
Just as Seven was about to finish his sentence, their attention was drawn to clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
Oh, the door!
They spun round. The door they'd just come through would slam
Did
shut.
that just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all of his strength.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute! Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh, man.
It took a second to look at the room they found themselves in. Oh boy. It's filled to piles of all manner of things. The only word to describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado has passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times.
Looks that way.
Junpei's heart fell.
No way!
For real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right then, Let's begin.
Wait, does this mean there's 2 more puzzles? I'm doing this today. I don't care how long it takes. Right, so there's door. Okay. Start here, eh? Piles of crap. That's true then. This could be Zero's laboratory. Machines and puzzles he'd need to plan come to fruition. Pile of junk. There, what we got? Nautical table. Nautical table. Connected to the line on the left edge. Okay. Junpei. Rusney looks like Elvis's face. How exciting. Really big and feels sturdy. Computer monitors. Some fans. We got a computer. Ooh! Thing on the screen now. There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. Ah, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on and off. Oh, is it annoying? Just gotta use that to make all the cells on the right green. Oh my god. Bunch of numbers and letters connect by equal signs on it. She said it's probably related to the puzzle. Alright, let's go back. Oh man. Okay. So 1 is 1, F is 15, 5 is 5. F is 15, so that's 20. No, 16. So that's 16. Oh, what? Oh, what? So that needs to be 9 plus C. They need to be all lit. Oh man. So we don't want a D there. We need that 6 to appear. Yeah! Just did it by not looking at the numbers, just looking at the pattern. You're so smart. You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected from you, Junpei. Yeah, because I'm answering all the puzzles here. Come on, you're embarrassing me. Oh, well, don't get cocky, kid. No time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. It slid open and something came out. Cross emblem. It's a pipe. Compass. Guess we weren't there close, but solved a puzzle like this in the wheelhouse. Same thing. The important part is the nautical table. Yeah. Oh, so is this like relating to a load of old puzzles? About a run through the instructions. Same way the other one. So press stop when the compass is pointing where I want it to. Something happened, but I can't do it right. Let's see that. Okay. So we want to go south. Then we want to go west. We want to go southeast. Want to go northeast. Go east. Oh! Go the long way, apparently. I hope that doesn't matter. Go north. And then we want to go east again. Yeah! You did it, Junpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Nah, knock it off. Don't we have time screwing around? Check out the right side of the monitor. We've got another emblem. Like something unlocking, you know? Oh, man. Well, that's obviously where they go. What we got over here, then? Oh, no. It's this dot game again. Morse code. The dots on here look like dots of Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 in the second, and 1 on the last. Afraid I don't understand. Perhaps you should give it a shot. I'll do that, though. I'm about to run through the instructions. Dit and a da. Okay. Oh. Maybe I need to find something. Oh. Alright, it's Morse code then. Okay. No! Stop clicking it! I don't want to click it. I'm trying to get out. Leave me alone. I'll find a clue for that, because that's also going to be there for ages. Morse code. Here we go. I'm just going to try what's found. It's still half the shelf. Okay. More Morse code. More Morse code. So now I need to know what it spells. More mess. Maybe we should try something more promising. Okay. So there's at least one more thing. Piece of paper. Is there a puzzle? No. Oh, first draft base. It says first draft. Presumably it was approved upon the second draft, and third, and so on. Oh, I already done that one. I don't need you. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay. So what have I got to spell? Pipe. Why does everyone talk about a pipe? Does it say anything on these? More. Okay. Is there anything I've got? I forgot to spell dit or da, maybe? Oh, right, so it's here. I just need to know what the word is. Can't fit D. 2 letters, so we've got an A and I. An N. An A or I or an N. Is it? Aoi? It's O. No. the middle, we've got B, C, F, H. How many's on the last one? So it's 1. So it finishes with an E. An E or a T? A something. It's got to be something more than blindly pressing things, surely. Monitors from the ceiling. What's in the monitors? Dirty pervert, you're a dirty old man. Whoa, lay off. I'm not an old man. Should be saying you're not dirty. How did that get weird? What's here? Keyboard. No dice. 3 monitors here. Power's on but nothing on the screens. So small, I wonder what it is. I got no idea. Oh. Now we got some on the monitors at least. It's like some kind of puzzle. Wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to move to the area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Just check. Digital route of the balls must match the number for the area. That's it. How do you not get it? You've literally spent the whole game. Alright, so we've got to make 6. 7, 5, 1. No. Yes. $15. So 7. 12. 3, 4, 5, 6. This has to be a 12. Go. 6. No! 6, 6, 6, 4, 2. Oh, we've got to use them all. Ah, right. So we've got to use everything, but without using the 9. Okay. Okay. We can do this. I'll make a 9 here. Both 10. Go 8. You make a 12. An 8. 1. Makes that 9. That. And then 7, 13, 15, 20. 4 makes that 25. Close. As if I go high with the 3 then. So if we want to make a 3, you want 21. 7, 8. 14. 21. Maybe? Nope. Okay, so what we got here? Got 5, 10, 14, 15. So we need 1 across them there. 21. There. Oh man, this is going to be horrible, isn't it? 6. 14. 16. 10. 21. Yeah. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There are 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something happened when they were fulfilled. That seem likely? Got another one. Wait, someone open the screen. Oh, not more. Oh my god, have I got to do loads of these? Give it a shot. Okay. So 7. 20. Oh, I can't use 1 or 9. Interesting. No. And that would then be 10, 19. That's not right. So I need to go higher than that. Wait, no, it's going to be harder to do more than 10. Okay. 10, 25 makes that 20. Yeah. And that and that. Wait, what? Oh, I need a thing. Can I split this down even more? With a 5 and a 3. Yeah. There's only 2 left now. Yeah, it's because there was 2 in the other one. Split it up, didn't I? Do I have any more emblems? No, so I need another emblem. Which means I've got to do this, but I have no idea what the word is. Am I being really stupid? Nothing tells me what the word is. D won't fit, so it's not dit or whatever. AOI, that won't. I'm trying to think of words from this game. Wow. Hi, lovely breakfast. Hope you're alright, man. There's nothing behind it, is there? No. So we need a word. Click things. Ooh. Going with black and yellow warning stripes. Oh no. This is damn creepy. There's a coffin in here. Yeah, he's all pale. He thinks same thing as I am. No way. Could this be? Oh wait, ice! It's a coffin. I wonder if it had a vampire in it. I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Can't bring myself to tell him. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. Oh, it's ice. That'll fit, won't it? Yeah, I. C. E. I knew there'd be something that gave me the idea. Excellent work. The answer is ice. All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made. After that, it was a trivial manner to decode them. Such a lad. Such a tad. Yeah, I missed that thing in the corner. I didn't realise I could click it. Let's take this, and then we'll have a look at that coffin. Here we go, more balls. So I can't use a 1, 3, or a 9. We've got 2 7s. So is it going to be 25 and a 14? 25 might be too high, so let's try and get 14 and 14. 7, 12. I don't need 14, I need 16, don't I? 6, 7. 11. That's 16. So in theory, yeah. Oh, they got easier. Only got one left. Okay. So back to the coffin. What's in the box, eh? What's in the box? Just a box. Holy shit, this is a coffin. There's gonna be something horrible in there, I know it. Okay, okay, deep breaths, here we go. Oh. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, I can't believe I was scared of something like that. What do you mean, nobody? We were expecting someone to be in there. Yeah, it's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in there. There's something in there, though. Two things. Got key. Ah, sweet. Man, imagine if I never spotted this box and I was here for ages just fumbling. Neptune key and the emblem. Alright, I'll solve it in no time. So, can't use 1, 3, 6, and 9, and I've got to get an 8 and a 9. So this is a... Huh? How am I going to do this with 3 and 3? I don't think so. But if I can't... I'm missing something. So 8, need a 16. Try this. 8. No, not you. 12. 16. 17. 7 and 2 is 9. I can't do that. I don't get that one. Let's read it again. The area will be selected and turn the blue to indicate this. Touching the numbered ball, if selecting it, recall that ball to move to the area. However, you cannot move red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls to a single area. Press the check. Moved all bar red. Just to route the balls in the area must match the numbered area. Not gonna lie, this one is kind of bullshit. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to that. And what? I'm expecting to have to click somewhere random or something like that. I mix some of these up. I just don't get it. Read these screens. It has to go there, and then it's literally just... I move that. Click all these, check it's not sneaky. will. It will. If I put nothing in one, can I make that happen? Try that. 10, 19, 6, 7, 20. Oh. Oh, wait. What? That doesn't even make sense. Oh, because the rule says... No, because the rule says you put 3, 2. 9. Like, what? That one's stupid. That doesn't even make sense.
A picture.
Oh, it's the crew, innit? Picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men.
What the?
Yeah, Ace, 9th man. Tree jump his eyebrows shut up. Seen 3 of them
What the
before.
hell is this?
3 of them?
This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same
Captain.
guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters. He had the zero bracelet on his left arm.
Which means probably, I'm guessing, X is the other dude.
And the second man with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man. The one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit. Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
7 and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap too.
As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested they were close, at least to some degree.
And they look happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected?
Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts.
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
Snake's knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
Junpei flipped the picture over.
Huh.
There it was. Praying for success of the Nonary project. Nishaki, Katubo, and Hatatu. Red allies, the snake would be not left in the dark.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Nonary project. Ishaki, Tsuboa, and Mushadiru. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Who they wanted to get revenge from. Since Hirogo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured that could only mean he'd written the words back on
That
himself.
means Ace, the 9th man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
That their true identities did not come as a surprise, what Junpei found most surprising.
Why? Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. But then why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Ba-ba-ba-bam.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look in the other man's face.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is Hongo?
Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he had already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his head that yes, of course, Ace was Hongo. Are we getting really mad?
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
Chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. For all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake have spoke of them in the library. Junpei watched him pace. It was clear that he did know.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet.
His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nonary project.
Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement.
What?
Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo from the right. The other 3 are Musashiro, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashiro was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man. And Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with the pressing question.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. He looked at Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take him.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, all right?
Short version, huh?
Big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
All right, fine. I'll give it a shot. Nope.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, as I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat.
We've already had this.
I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week. That what you want? The fish here would love a meal.
He kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle.
A drug?
That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that.
We already know this, man. We want new info.
I woke up on a hard... Damn it! Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but...
Gotta get some more creak noise in.
not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more.
Maybe around 9.
Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold on. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then... Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside. The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly, I'd wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then, there was a voice.
I've heard that before.
What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news. Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror. And all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top, and there had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were. The kids I'd been searching for. They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent. For the moment, from surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kinda cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes.
Get out of there.
I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator.
You needed the toilet.
Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done. All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right.
Huh. Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit and the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope.
Yeah!
It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope.
Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the ducks behind me.
No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me. No point to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction, and after about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. A plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there...
Yeah, that's not good.
That meant we'd better. We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. We went up and up and up. Our feet pounded the steps. Our arms pumping fast. Round, round, and round. The devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie.
What's going on?
Akane. Akane. That's strange. I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too, and so did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go.
Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait!
I don't think the kid even heard me. Fuck! I spun around to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, all right? You got it? The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. But the boy...
I'm going with you.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me. We ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
I Still halfway through this.
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, us.
Goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win. My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator.
Ah!
Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside.
As you taunting kids, yeah.
And then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But
Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
he started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door.
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat.
I'm sure they would if the door would open.
Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise!
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
I recognize voice acting is great, yeah. What if it's the same one? It was silent. All they could hear was the... Wait, if they were siblings, why were they on the same boat as well? They waited and waited. Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the
Come
floor.
on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head. There was something Junpei had to know.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something... burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering, and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer. He feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki.
Ah!
Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
What? What? And she is Santa's sister. But she's also dead. Oh man, it's hype. The explanation is great. It needs to be. I'm well confused what's going on at the moment. And even if, like, the Santa kid did have a problem with the other four, like, why go through all this? Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away you could hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
Alright, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hand into his pocket and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face him again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
Worked out now, aren't we?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother, but I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection.
Just get that dig in there. Just get that slight flex.
As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Yeah,
Clover told me that
so
Santa
cool.
might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother?
That spark cut flame in Junpei's leading mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back.
There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man, what kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Got me some slack.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Junpei didn't think he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours were finally driving him insane. Junpei had ceased to be surprised at this sudden knowledge, and he even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence,
What?
and then the room shook. Far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit!
Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
The drawer held the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
Oh, we're still in here. The material will be added to the file screen. That's it, right? Sweet. Not file-wise. Picture. Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's do that. Let's do that. Junpei, look, it's unlocked. Yeah, now we can get back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei, we don't have time. Let's go. Alright, let's go. You found it! As long as a lot of... I don't understand what's going on. Oh my. Putting this here for source favorite video character sometime. Hopefully you'll get to see why. Okay, cool.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
They ran across the hallway,
This exit needs the Uranus card too.
straight for the large metal door. Next door was the Uranus card reader.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure we'll get to see why. I slid the key card through and the numbered door open.
All right, it's open. Let's go.
Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. The end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket and pulled the key as he ran towards it.
Okay, Neptune Key, let's see if you work. Yes! I think it unlocked.
The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque.
It says incinerator.
Been
So
here
this
before.
is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time
Let's
to
go.
waste. As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Suddenly, before them were the four who they parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. Then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted.
What the hell is going on?
Junpei ran towards June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her.
Jumpy, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over, weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking.
What happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well.
Santa.
Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Ace.
Ah, well, this is a familiar sight. He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had a pin to the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare to speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered.
You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Junpei's voice was casual, or at least it was trying to be.
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
Good question.
Because Junpei's entered the meta.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in the small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner.
First is 1. Give me your hand.
It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand into it so well.
8. And with this...
And at last he reached into the pocket of his jacket, he pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. 9. Third asterisk appeared on the red.
9.
I wonder if it... Oh no, they do not work. The thing he'd used for final verification was the bracelet with the number 9.
The 9th man. Kubota's bracelet.
The 8 plus 9 is 18. So 8 equals 9.
I believe I've won this game.
His smirk had made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is.
Junpei's eyes flicked towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in intense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either.
What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye.
Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it. Nothing.
What? Why isn't it opening? One more time.
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red.
Now open!
He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red, and then his own bracelet as well. So the number 9's a 6, maybe?
No! What is this? Why? That digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red.
Now!
Seven chose that moment to act. He moved faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to and launched that bulk straight at Ace. KO! was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. It was Stran, straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace.
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
I mean, you only figured it out not too long ago. Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked towards him.
Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the Nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital route.
1 + 9 = 10. Yeah, 10. Yeah, examples.
Which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this Nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid, but his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed.
So his
and
could
poor
have been
Nijisaki was dead.
And you mean to say Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision was frustrating. Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle, which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it.
But what about the time that Ace wasn't in the...
You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took. And then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace.
That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out yet.
Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
Because of this.
Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of
What's
paper.
with the paper?
Just read it.
Huh.
Junpei took it and opened
Let's see.
This is what it said.
Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
What about the time when he wasn't there, though? What energy he had left with him, truth, he sagged on his knees. Though he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Pei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet, but among the revolution was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Here we go. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Seven's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the Nonary game this time around was Zero, and Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Called it. Duh, 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 duh. Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the Nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's two things you got wrong. Number one, I ain't Zero.
Oh.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary.
It's June.
But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say two things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the Nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister.
Oh god, what's gonna happen?
To save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as a dinner plate and he spun towards June. Junpei followed his gaze.
What?
She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki?
Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he was struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed against his hand sides of his head.
Oh, my head! My head, it feels like it's gonna pop.
I'm so excited to see how everyone else is involved.
Seven! What the hell is going on?
I don't know, I just... Oh! I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Do we?
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
The answer to that is easy. You're gonna speak to me directly now. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphogenic field set. That's what's going on. It's simple, really. Simple? How do I know the alternate futures then? Imagine a river that splits in two like an upside down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom from a single stream into two branches. It flows only in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why peoples at the river's source in the past never know about those downstream in the future. Well, it's not where the juiciest part of the story. I mean, I think we're about to find out some interesting stuff now. People downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. I am different. I can manipulate the morphogenic field set to plug knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river. Even the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the ninth letter of the alphabet, right? I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. 9 years, I will be 0. Where? Where'd she go? June? No, Akin. Where did you go?
Santa!
Ice Clover. Shit.
Freeze.
Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head.
Get up.
What's going on? Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either. Just looks strange. I guess he's going for the door, huh? You don't need to verify to get through that door, but...
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
Can't get through any numbered door with just 2 people. What is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? That's all he's going to give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. Now the gate's shut. It's like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. See if this door still opens.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
Oh, you mean we're trapped?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No. No, you can't be serious.
Oh, but he hears shit. We've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. This hasn't got a name. Who am I right now? You're right, we can do this. I've just got to... No, it's not going to work. There is no way. 5 of us can't open this door. 12, 5%. 2 equals 8. Any combination that'll work.
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm going to need them. Ever again. Certainly looks purposeful. It's like she's writing equations, a lot of them. Oh man, doesn't look very happy. What, hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see.
What?
And there's no other way?
Lotus. Looks like she figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel.
It's okay. Go.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Well, where the hell did that come from? It's like she expected that about as much as I did.
Without, if you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright?
For a cop, he shouldn't have much confidence.
Bad?
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
He's got a thing for it.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace? I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see, why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
Nope.
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get to that hole 7 popped out 9 years ago. Do we stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it? I guess this is it. This is the end. Oh. A carne vision? I was watching. Okay, what's going on now? I'd watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphogenic field set, resonant, we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was the observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. It was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. It was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him and we became one. Inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years in the future. Wait, what? But I didn't lose myself. I was living 2 realities at once. One was the present and the other was the future. What? So she's now in Junpei. Perhaps you could think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
I like Snake and Santa are quite detailed, so we're parking it, and the rest are like generic person. Come on over here, it was my brother Oe. He was yelling. I followed him. Around me were several other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up!
We ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Why is it called a carne vision? Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. The girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and stared down at her. It's been 2 hours since the Nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But it was just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we gathered around.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me.
Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
Is it actually Clover? Was that just convenient? As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers.
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way.
What a lad, like even as a kid.
Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
He gave a clover to each of us, and I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say.
Don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
We finished the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened 7 of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them. We found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had a number 9 door, but this time there was only 1. But if it was there, only 1 door, it meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors!
We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already,
Warning, warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
my brother and I swallowed hard and answered.
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No! Help me!
Abject terror filled the room and everyone began to scream and cry, with a pair of eyes filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. We don't have to go through all that again. 4 who stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down the hall. Came out on the other side of the door 9. The wall opposite the door set of double doors. Went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother and I, Snake and 7. The other children, the ones who'd gone through the door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they caught up. That was when I realised.
Oh, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
What? Knew I had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then I dropped it as we slid out. I had to go back, I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me, I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, room that had connected to all other areas of the ship. I hid in the shadows. Moments later, I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. So basically, all of this is because she's a bit of an idiot. This better be a hell of a present. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically.
There it is!
This better be good. Just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back towards the stairs in freedom... Door incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongu. Gentaro Hongu. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. He looked at me mechanical. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step. 2 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongu's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled hard as I could.
No! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongu to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like
Stop
Hongu.
struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then, suddenly,
Akane!
the door to the stairs flew open. My brother Oi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leapt towards Hongu.
You came back!
Ah!
Then,
You're too late, idiot!
Hongu threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator.
Ah!
Force of it threw me to the floor, sorry. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongu stood between it and me, but behind him I could see brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongu. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongu glanced at me panically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. Checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly to the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, 2 of the doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and went towards the door with the 9.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
To hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice.
Me?
My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Then it started again.
Warning. Warning. Emergency Incineration Command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in
Junpei vision. Oh, am I like flicking between them?
18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit. Man, I knew what it was going to say. But that is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting.
Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
It's a good point. Like, currently, she's just, yeah, like, to be fair on her, like, all of this, like, she actually has the littlest idea. It's just her, like, daughters that were part of it. I'm just going to turn on my light. Imagine all this whole game happening because Arkany drops present. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, she actually doesn't have a clue. She didn't even ask her daughters about, like, what happened. Yeah. So she's been speed dragged into this and has no idea.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise. I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn.
Thanks for that clarification.
What kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
Well,
God damn it! Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
Oh, this is the most reasonable one there, yeah.
How the hell?
I don't know. We still have Snake.
There has to be some sort
Just
of
punch the door or something.
emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. Okay. What else can I say about it, but...
What the hell is that?
Arkany.
What is that?
What else could I say? Floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least, kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Think about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off, even as more took their place, and forced myself. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. Blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from glass drenched in tears. Sees reflection of my own. Looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Yeah, man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move!
So am I sending this to June then? Is that... Oh no, because if June's inside Junpei... Like... Does that mean that... Yeah, June can see, I guess. Gah, we're all tense, lady. It doesn't mean that you get to shove
Okay,
people
it's turned
around.
on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If
Come on.
there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Get hacking, get hacking. Sure, I'll push buttons and I'm sure that'll... Okay, here we go. At least it's on for now. It's on the screen
What is
though.
this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
Got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 8.
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle...
The incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Alright, puzzle. How do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again. Yeah, it's really annoying.
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
Shut up. This puzzle sucks. Too, they downgraded it from the DS version. Was it more complicated in the DS version? Or it's better? 13 minutes, can we do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I'm sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window on the entry door was a face. A frightening, evil face. It was Hongu. How long has he been watching me?
Don't know what to do?
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
Yep, he's lost it. His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongu, struggling to hold back hot tears.
You're a terrible person! I hate you!
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
Then I remembered. Before Hongu left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets on the red.
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
Look down at my left hand. Face on my bracelet showed a 5. I ran to the door with the 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel.
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
A Hongu's voice across the room.
I've already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't! I don't know how!
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful.
He's lost it. His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it.
Incineration will begin in 10 minutes.
Come on, let's do the puzzle. I was crying. Great gulping sobs broke my hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor.
I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out.
What was I going to do? I didn't know. Didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart soared in my chest as if it would pound itself into pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll! At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! Jumpy! Jumpy!
So Santa's gone through all of this to try and help his sister out, and all his sister cares about is this boy?
Please! Help me! Jumpy!
going on?
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
How come no one's noticed that June's gone? Seven Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me, and I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. To be fair, she's been cheating off him. Game. Yeah, true. Where did she go? Maybe over here.
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck. Something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit.
Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
Are they talking through time? I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I heard it so clearly. Like he was right there.
Jumpy!
I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
We're now time traveling. This has gone to another level. Then that means... So am I going to help her get out and make it so she doesn't die?
Akane!
Are you in an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am! How did you know?
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Santa meant.
There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
I think I get it now.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it!
So do I. I get everything now. Imagine listening to the radio and the radio man starts talking about Oh. Got it! I do. I get everything now. At least I finally understand what all this means. I know why the Nonary game was held today. Oh, I can't go into thingy. And I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is. Zero is. Ani Kushiaki. She recreated the history of a cool... Yeah! Oh, yeah! Though, this is for a very different reason than I thought. Well, I didn't really know why. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is also some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kushiaki. I must save her no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
Voice reminded me of how much time I had left. So Akane's planned this to save herself in the past so she can plan this to save herself in the past.
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there.
But also, where is she?
I'm not gonna let you die. I promise.
Schrodinger's
So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
You've got 6. My voice shook as I answered. Schrodinger's. Yeah, I get what you mean. It was in the hot room. Like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. The power of love. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Snake was talking to them about something. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way.
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I apologize later, okay? Now, let's have a look at this thing. Got numbers all over the grid. I think the panels are out of order. So I just need to switch these out. Stowing it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Just think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
All them times before, what? What is going on? This is just the endless loop of Nonary gaming. Right. When I press hint, numbers appeared with the empty slots on the grid. They're all single digits. I get the feeling the numbers change when I switch out the yellow squares. So it's what they equal to? Square at the bottom. Why does it stay blank when I press hint? Off word makes the numbers disappear. Looks like I can turn them on and off. Is there something special meaning to the two modes? What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. That. I'm gonna guess I have to make them all 9. Oh my god, I literally have no idea. Right. When I flip the instance, I'll select the one. The empty spots look like the one in the bottom right. That means they're supposed to match. Maybe I need to make all the numbers and squares the same. Yeah, which I'm guessing is 9. And that's why all that's fixed. Okay, no. Oh man, this is poking in the dark. Switch to up to 5. I'm overthinking it? Okay. Wait. Do I have to spell something? Reset and blur your eyes. I'm actually doing it and I have no idea. Oh man, I don't know. This is very funny. Thanks. I was missing a bit. It is a word, okay. Two-digit square only has a single digit. Calculated in different digital roots. Okay. Let's get all the letters then. Oh, I'm out of letters. Oh man. It's a good thing I'm not actually like about burning an incinerator, isn't it? Right, digital roots. Wait a minute. Oh man. Password is password. You tried to use my keyboard then. What? Kid couldn't spell password, so she died. Oh. This one is also dumb, there's no hint. At least on the DS version, Arcane was up against Sudoku. I could do Sudoku! Because I know what's going on. Typing in password. I'm inputting password now then. Are there any hints? What the hell am I supposed to put here? I don't know! Just guess what it should be. Oh, I can't even spell a name now. I can't remember to spell a name. Password at the top. Password before. Yeah, I need to access the field. Where's the other me? Thematic. I can't remember how to spell her name now. Screen appeared after I solved the last puzzle. Maybe there was a hint in the last one. It's an extra space. Oh, shut up! I'm...
Yes, that's it.
What? I didn't even make any sense.
Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did!
You typed the password and put the number 9 in.
Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will!
I hit the enter key. What a piece. Oh man.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed.
That mean you make someone else order you the pizza?
Incineration system has been disabled.
Bye-bye. So how does this all relate together then?
Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I had left disappeared, and I collapsed to the floor. For a while I just lay there, laughing and crying, and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst. Now with Junpei again. Can't quite believe I did that. So glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane.
Akane! Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here.
How would you strap a bomb to yourself to cheat on tests? Predict those who are going... Go to Club and make big money for it. The chat. Oh, man.
I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Yeah, no one's actually typing anything.
That's fine!
I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. And I looked over at the corner of the floor. With 2 bracelets Hongu had left behind.
Now.
Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your life, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay?
Shut it.
Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Get.
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
It's not gonna happen, is it?
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
What the shit? Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key card off. Hit it again. Hit it more! Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course. That's what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Snake, Clover, me and 7 and Lotus. Then door 9. No, that's it. The number 9 on door isn't 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Of course. We just have to put the right number into the red and...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. Man, I'm sure. Hope they can trust me on this one or we are all fucked. Alright, no time to explain, just go.
Quick! Verify your numbers on the red!
Verify?
Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Hurry, 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 hurry.
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
Oh, that's cutting it close. Oh, thank fucking Christ. Time to be happy, time to go.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. There goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We still got to find the dead.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
You go to be killed by the bomb in the end. Yeah! You relax too much, the bomb just goes off. Man, that guy can laugh when he wants to. It's like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap.
Akane? Akane! Can you hear me? Akane!
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. So what's happening? Beep way out. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
I cried his name, even though my voice was almost gone from screaming, and leapt into his arms.
Oh, oi!
Akane!
Yeah, she's still on a countdown. Her thing's got a skull. I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. Steady thump of his heart in my ear. Yeah, as I'll say, look at her wrist. Feel like I was home. His beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held onto him as tight as I could. Then, bang. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay here in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, my bracelet had begun to count down to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to it and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped in the scanner panel. That was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. A huge detective who'd recalled 7 in 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Well, he was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiral stairs to freedom. So was this an alternate timeline where she didn't die then? Time for more running. Yeah, it is a good thing. I thought that. It's out of here. No wonder we're running. Because I can imagine, like, just drop one outside the door and you're like, oh, great. The blind boy was looking at her. Hey, Snake looks at everybody. Can't wait to breathe real air again. 7 talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Oh, now he starts
because
flexing.
You were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
Then how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15.
H is 17, I is 8.
K is 20, L is 21.
N is 23, O is 24. P is 20.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Q.
26!
And what does that mean?
That wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase q!
Cheeky. He's got a flex when he's stuck in a ship of Mensa members, yeah.
Yep, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
Time for more running. My god, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm going to tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell in my body is dying for air. Every damn breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are going to burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. There can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run. Run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. Feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time for rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there.
All right, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes, we're finally here.
Please do.
Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than you, you're the only thing standing between me and Arcan. You're gonna open. I'm gonna open now. Freedom! Arnie felt my hand on my shoulder. It was always. He gave a small, reassuring squeeze. Oh, right, yeah. So they act... But why does everyone think she died? My heart was at peace. Not only because my brother and I were back together again, thanks to a huge detective, all 9 of us who'd been kidnapped. Finally able to escape from the gigantic. Distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean. Then it was gone.
It's over.
Oh, he whispered.
Yeah.
It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It's only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. Oh, days. Yes, finally, air. Gah, damn, that sun is bright. Barely see anything. I gotta admit, it doesn't look quite like.
No way.
Gotta be shitting me.
What?
Well, this
can't be.
This is gonna be the test at the other center, isn't it? Yeah.
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
The mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I ever have been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Bracelets. I was shocked when this happened. I kind of guessed when it kept saying the other one actually sank. Do you know what still freaks me out? Is they still have this. Have they not thought about they still have bombs inside them? That's either going to be a really horrible morning, or like that they're just going to stay in there. It'd be really awkward for the bomb disposal quads. Okay, shoving a bunch of body bags into customs, yeah. I guess, yeah, so, yeah, the Nevada desert, like, they're from Japan, aren't they? Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip, like an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with.
Akane.
Jumpy.
Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Like they don't even put bombs in. No bombs and no sinking. Yeah. Man, you'd be so annoyed. You'd be so annoyed. The only ones with bombs in them. Yeah, I'm a shit. Yeah, it must be. Tune. Yeah, it must be only them with bombs in them. I still don't know why, like, Lotus and Seven were involved. Still don't know why June was there but not there either. That bit's slightly confusing. Is it just the fact that she ran away, maybe? No one noticed? Is that what it's trying to say? I also like. There's the whole thing about. I saw them in Junpei Vision to make sure they were out there. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess if she saw them there in the first place, they had to be there. She had to put them there for them to be there for when she saw them in the first place. Yeah, I guess. What about
Are you okay?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
To the info they needed. Lotus was there to solve the computer puzzle in the lab and find out what happened to her daughters. Oh, right, yeah, I guess.
Really?
Yeah.
It's kind of helping everyone out, yeah. But I do like, they sort of went, you can't really sink, you're not really going to explode. But there is still a chance that you're going to get murdered.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
How does it look then?
He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first.
Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean?
Get a noise reaction. Yeah, exactly. Like, we messed up. Do not forget this detail, though. Okay.
Oh, ow, 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 ow.
See? I told you you can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't
Give it a
just
shot.
stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing is a pretty smooth ride. Sure nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building. Keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now we're here, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are squeezed into the back seat here. We still can't believe we let her drive.
Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome!
Here it
Driving
comes.
is so
No.
great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down.
Wait. I've just missed that. Clover's driving.
The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
I think American. Oh, fair.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
So what's he done to Ace? But damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. Man, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. Sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple of hours after we run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. What? Why just add this darkness now? The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran into them furious.
What the hell are you doing?
Then he jumped on them. Quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me!
The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground with the face covered in big swelling
You
lumps.
couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where his tooth had fallen out.
I guess I could've.
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Yeah, the bunnies.
Oh, they're the and everything is answered. We have found the murder of the bunnies. He plucked some grass from the wind. Your face just eating a kitten, yeah.
They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I
murdered them.
Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Oh. Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming with his mouth taped shut. His eyes just look empty, no emotion. It looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what's happening to him.
Hey, were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
You could at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes. If you want to put it simply, but if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I could supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Right. I'm sorry, but that ain't a good enough reason for all this. Time to tape up. Go back on.
All right. So what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a little nosy.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. And during the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Sounds like Hungo has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae, and was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Soperin. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on. Thank you. Quiet now. Now I think I'll enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is a for you doll. His name is Junpei.
Jumpy pulled something from his pocket and shoved his arm towards me. His hand was a doll made of yarn, small enough to fit in his palm.
Are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, so that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for.
So all of this happened because she wanted a voodoo doll.
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
For some kid that she, like, had a thing for when she was, like,
Why are you
2.
giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much? I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe.
His voice is really low for a kid.
So I give this, it me, so we always together.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you.
Yeah, and put you in a life and death murder situation.
I promise.
Like, you would kind of be like, please forget me? If you knew this was going to happen.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was beautiful crimson red as it melted down towards the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in warm light of evening. Just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened. One by one, the lights of the town began to flicker on. Still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's still the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned. Also the one that's really important. What's that to do with June and Arkney? 9 years ago she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the Morph-Genetic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then... how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake's makes sense, he's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. Seven. He said for sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, Seven? Look satisfied. No, no way. You
Hey,
couldn't.
look! Over there! There's somebody next to the road.
Huh?
What? Hmm?
Talis, it's crazy Egyptian lady. What? Burning gaze of Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there, the shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out, her thumbs up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. What? What? That can't be it. What? Yes, save. Wait, why have I got two endings? Oh, is the coffin ending if you didn't know the password, I'm assuming? Is that it? What? What? Oh no, it's done it again where I didn't press anything. Have fun in the next game. Alright, okay. Let's go somewhere less noisy. Right, let's just save it, eh? 2 more games. That is a very good point. Okay, my mind hurts, and it's been 6 hours. I didn't expect it to take that long because when I started, the oh wait, what's this? I'll finish by playing this. Yeah, I didn't expect it to take this long, but I had to finish. I'll be back in. So thank you everyone for watching. By all means, especially today. There's been quite a lot of people here, which I do appreciate. As always, I'm trying to hit that affiliate. So if you think other people will enjoy my streams, please let them know. Or just, if you haven't already, please follow. I'm going to be back in maybe tomorrow. I might start it next week. Just keep an eye on my Twitter or just keep an eye on the stream. And I'll be starting the next one, which is VLR. And my brain might melt some more. So yeah, thank you very much. And I'm just gonna see what this is. now it's time. Let our game begin. I'm assuming that's what I would have got if I didn't know the code for the coffin. Yeah, hope you enjoyed it. And like I said, I'll be back with VLR. I'll probably start it next week thinking about it, but there's a small chance I might start this weekend. I'll put it on Twitter either way what I decide to do. But yeah, I'll be back next time with VLR, and we'll go from there, and my mind will melt some more. So, thank you very much. Thanks for watching. Oh, shut up.
Yes, that's it.
What? I didn't even make any sense.
Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did! I solved it!
Oh, shut up.
Yes, that's it.